So today I'm going to explore the innovative payment methods that have been developing over the past couple of years. We from Noda provide open banking, which is kind of a revolution in the payment sector. Myself, my name is Nikola Chakarov. I'm the Director of Market Expansion at Noda. My iGaming experience expands for the past 10 years, where I started from the operator side. Then I moved on into a leadership sales position in a digital marketing agency, primarily working with iGaming. And as of the last year, I've been working for Noda, a leading open banking provider. So today, what we'll learn is what is open banking, how it works, and of course what it means for you personally, for your business, and for the financial future of the industry as a whole. How open banking is revolutionizing the financial industry worldwide, and consider the benefits and challenges of open banking. So what about iGaming? iGaming has been evolving very quickly, especially with the new technologies that are popping up, including AI, innovation in payments, as well as innovations in the gaming products overall. This being said, the iGaming industry must keep up with the trends in order to be competitive, operators primarily, but also platform providers, which is actually where open banking comes in. So what is open banking? It's a relatively new concept which uses APIs to enable third-party developers to build applications and services that actually access financial data held by banks and other financial institutions. What this does is it increases competition in the industry, improves the quality of the financial products, as well as it gives access to the end clients to their financial data. We have been growing very quickly for the past 5 years, which is nearly about when the PSD2 directive came into act. Essentially, the PSD2 directive mandates the banks to open up their APIs to licensed third-party providers such as us, essentially increasing competition, lowering prices, and overall making the financial product better. We have been growing very quickly, and we have managed to open up pretty much the entire of Europe. And we have also are done with Canada and are currently actively working on Brazil. And the next step will be Australia and hopefully the States for next year. So why is the topic important? As I mentioned a bit earlier, in order for the iGaming, the players in the iGaming industry to stay competitive and relevant, they really need to take advantage of all of the revolutionary and innovative products that are on the market, of course, including AI, developer technology, compliance, but also, of course, one of the major aspects of the iGaming industry is payments, where open banking comes in. We are able to drastically reduce the costs of the transaction, as well as increase security both for end clients and merchants, make it simpler to access your funds, as well as make it possible for clients to be able to access their financial data. Open banking enables aggregating financial data from multiple sources, so we can aggregate data from banks, we can aggregate data from merchants, and from other involved in the entire process, which essentially drives all of the parties to actually do better and better their products. As I mentioned, we have been working very diligently and hard, and we have been able to actually pretty much start our partnerships with some of the biggest names on the market. You can see some of the logos here, but there are actually many more. Of course, those are only high-risk merchants, iGaming, but we are also heavily involved in low-risk and middle-risk. those are our geos that we're currently covering. As I mentioned, we've got the entire of the European Union, Great Britain, Canada, and Brazil. As I mentioned, the next step is to actually finalize Australia and start with the States. So I'm going to talk more about the additional products and value that Node can actually provide to our merchants. Now, essentially, open banking in itself, it's not simple, but it's a pretty straightforward topic. And as I mentioned, competition is increasing, it's rising. We are looking into ways in which we can actually better our product. This is one of the main reasons why we have been able to grow so quickly in the iGaming industry, because we're essentially resolving issues for the market. Now, one of our biggest values that we can actually provide is data. So along with the transaction, we receive numerous data points for the end customers, which then can be used in order to increase the customer satisfaction via bettering their products, bettering their bonus schemes, marketing, etc. Now, unfortunately, not all banks are currently on the SEPA Instant network. For Bulgaria, we don't yet have SEPA, but we use Blink. Even though the majority of the banks claim that they use Blink, they really, they still have some work to do. In order for open banking to be a good product, we have found out a way in which we can actually make all payments instant, regardless whether it's on the SEPA Instant network or Blink. We can open up C2B segregated bank accounts. We've noticed that in the higher risk industries, this has been a lifesaver to many merchants, and this is one of the main reasons why we've been able to grow so quickly. So yeah, that's pretty much what we can say about that. Payouts. Now, along with pay-ins, we can also provide payouts just as easily as pay-ins. At the fraction of the cost, of course, of the card transactions, much quicker, much simpler. And no chargebacks. It is technically impossible to request a chargeback from the end customer to the merchant, which, of course, drastically decreases costs when we're talking about chargebacks, and also drastically decreases the disputes that might actually happen from a legal point of view. So that's pretty much it. Thank you for listening. I'll see you around.
Yeah, go.
Hello, it's really nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this interview with us today. So, before we start with the questions, can you tell us more about yourself and the company you're representing?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me. So it's our first, big event in Bulgaria. So I'm really thankful to whole team of organizers for having such a great event in 3 halls. So yeah, it looks really great in a sense. So regarding myself, in fact, it's like quite a funny fact because before our interview, I was really thinking about what I can tell more about myself because I've been in the payment industry for the last 15 years.
Okay.
So like from banking to software as a service and payments. So the payments and the finances were all my life. So at the moment, I'm holding the position of Chief Business Development Officer at Noda. The Noda actually is an international company and we are providing open banking service. So it's something, I would say, new thing for specifically this region, but a well-known solution for the whole Europe. So I would say in a lot of countries in Europe, open banking, the amount of transactions already exceeded the number of card transactions year over the year because the payments are done just much easier by the customers, and in a lot of cases they are much cheaper than the card payments. So at the moment we're dealing with operations and we're covering 28 countries, so the whole European Union, UK, let's say local markets like Bulgaria, Romania, but as well with working on market expansion as well.
Okay, so moving on to the next question. You mentioned your expansion, but what were your key objectives of your company this year, and what will be your main focus in the year to come?
Yeah. So in fact, this year changed the payment scene, I would say, of the iGaming a lot, because there were some changes in the legislations and technology evolved as well. So we just had the possibilities, not to think only about payments, because payments is, in my opinion, is just a quite easy part. You just need to transfer money. We have added various services to our solution in order not just to provide payments, but to use the data as well. So I'm calling it, like open banking with added value, because while the payment is being done, we have the possibility to work with different data, which might be used very well by the marketing department of the gaming companies, or let's say to provide additional services, some statistics, etc. So I think it's quite great what we have accomplished this year. The next year, in my opinion, it's for us and all our plans is all about market growth. So in a sense, we are, the expansion. So if we're talking about the expansion, our main priorities as we've started our operation, it's as well in Canada and Brazil, to become a significant player on that market, which is quite competitive, but based on just the fact that we have quite good, not only the technical solution, but we're always, advocating a lot, let's say, customer service. because we honestly do believe that the companies from the industry, from the vertical, which is often, they think that the payments always think, it's like, let's say the vertical doesn't require anything additionally, but we honestly do believe that the iGaming vertical, is what we love and cherry a lot. So, and that they require, not only just the payments, but the special care. And, just we know how to work in the way that when all the legislation changes, and we're really looking forward when it changes, and we're adapting, we're providing all the needed services, and basically we know all the issues that are coming, working with the players as well.
Yes.
Because not every payment company can advise and can help, how to work with the players. Because we definitely can, provide our services when it's come to some kind of the disputes or the chargebacks, etc. Because with open banking, there's no chargebacks. It's not a risk at all. So for the company. So I do believe that we're doing a great job, not only just providing services, but educating both the players and the companies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're very adaptive as well. So.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think are the most important trends that will shape the industry in 2024?
Ooh. In my opinion, what we have seen, even not during the 2023, but even through the last 6 months, it was the various changes in the legislation. So I honestly do believe that the legislation, the local legislations, they will change. Yeah, so a lot. And it's going to become, maybe in some cases, it's going to be much easier for the industry to work in some of the regions, but in other regions, they are going to be just
harder.
Not like harder, they will be more secured in the sense that only high quality merchants will have the possibility to work there. So, the companies itself, let's say iGaming vertical, they need to evolve and adapt and grow as well. Because it's very important for the industry itself, to not to sit on the old results, but to adapt to the new changes in the legislation, in the laws. As well, I think it's going to be a lot about the payments generally, because we have seen the rise of, let's say, open banking all across Europe. So in my home countries, so in the Baltics, basically, I don't remember how my card looks like. I don't remember the numbers. No way. So in the sense, when we're coming to everyday purchases online, so it's definitely, let's say, the open banking. It's a much easier way. It is, it's really easy to confirm the payment, and it's completely secure. And I really love that it's completely secure for both parties, for the player and for the provider. So in that sense, I think it's the great thing. Another thing, I think the biggest challenge is going to be connected with compliance.
Compliance.
Yeah, so in the sense, so a lot of legislation or the changes regarding AML. So, let's say everything what is connected with the money laundering, we need to be, on the guard. So that, and it's not only about the legislation itself, or some kind of the risks. It's a lot of things that are connected. The world is changing. It's not the same how it was, a few years ago. So we just need to protect.
Okay, and how does your company plan to adopt to the changing regulations? Do you have like a plan, or do you have a vision?
Yeah, of course. So in all these cases, in all the markets where we are working, we're monitoring all the time, not only just the actual changes in legislation, we're already monitoring deeply all the changes which are even, we hear somewhere, we see somewhere, or the trends that are coming to. So for us, it's the main priority, as our company is completely regulated as well as the payment provider. So we must be compliant to all the regulations, etc. So for us, we are investing a lot into our compliance processes, just to make sure that basically we are providing the best service, the safest service in that sense, not only just to the operators, but as well, to us that we are completely sure that we're here for the long time,
Yes,
not a
for
short
the long
period.
run.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a great answer. Thank you. So another question, which is really interesting, I think, is how do you think that the gaming industry can actually promote responsible gambling?
Ooh, I think here, it's all about the various points, because this is, I honestly do believe, it's a very, tough question, in the sense that we always, even although we're working in the industry, we should understand that all people are different, and the risks which are coming with gambling, so they are there. I honestly do believe at the same time, and we have seen quite good use cases when the payment data was used in order to monitor the customer's behavior. Let's say to see if you see on, the spending which might show or alert you that it's something shows, some kind of symptoms of the problem with the exact player. So this might be used as well.
Okay.
So just to monitor and maybe send some prevention
Yes.
from the operator's side. They can do it from their side. As well, it's this is my personal belief, I would say, that it is very important for operators or for associations to have the cooperation with different organizations that are promoting, mental health, that are promoting more, telling more about responsible gaming, because it is the thing. Our industry is really beautiful in the sense, but the risks of what they have, they can be mitigated, and it doesn't require a lot of funds. It doesn't require a lot of effort, just to make sure that our client customers are having the best experience, and we're taking
In a
care.
safe way.
In a safe way, that we're really taking care of the people, who might have the issues.
So it should be communicated in the proper way at the end.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And my final question for you is, what are the biggest opportunities you see for expansion and development in the near future for the industry as a whole?
Yeah, industry as the whole. So I honestly do believe that in a lot of markets, the online gambling, so it becomes, as the major part of the income. So definitely all the offline operators, and I'm encouraging this, that all offline operators should look into that field, because it's what the digital age is bringing, even to emerging countries, to the countries what previously might not have, such wide entertainment possibilities online. It's a huge possibility, because, the first real steps we've seen during COVID.
Okay.
So basically, on the whole international level, it boosted whole industry. It gave the opportunities. Now I just see that there is as well, I do believe, there is a room for development for all offline operators there. Of course, it is very important, to have a seamless experience for the players as well. This is why we're encouraging, to have like payment solution that really can provide such a service that the next button after you press pay is play.
It's play.
Honestly.
Pay and
So
play.
yeah. So I do believe that the future is very bright for the industry.
Okay, it
Yeah.
was a great end to
Yeah.
this interview. Thank you very much for doing
Yeah,
this with
thank you.
us, and I hope that you have a great experience here.
Participating today with quite good stand. So yeah, our
Okay,
consultants
wish you
there.
luck.
So
Okay,
yeah,
thank
just
you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. the questions, can you please tell me more about yourself and the company you're representing?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for inviting me. Well, my name is Alexandra. I work for Slots Judge. I'm editor-in-chief, actually. I've been in gambling for more than 10 years, doing it all from live casino to content agencies to affiliate marketing, and I'm the affiliate now. I believe we are the biggest in terms of text volume on slots. Of course, we promote casinos, that's our business model, but our content revolves around slots. We're reviewing them, rating them, suggesting them to players, and so on.
Okay. And what were the biggest challenges and opportunities for you and for your company during 2023?
Well, I believe this year, as well as all the previous years, regulatory question was the most complicated one. So Judge is a global company, but of course every country has its own regulations, and they're coming me almost like, not like every month, but very, very often. And of course, Google it's been crazy this year. We had already 9 Google updates, 3 of them were in November. And as we are SEO-based business, for us it's hard to, let's say, adapt to those ever-increasing challenges from Google, and let's say rethink our strategy every time the new update comes out.
Okay.
Well, as any SEO business, we're not stable at all. I mean, our growth is stable, but I mean, you cannot really be satisfied with what you have and what knowledge you have and what strategy you have in place.
Yes.
It's always learn, adapt, learn, measure, and adapt.
Yes, because the industry is always changing.
Yes.
So, okay. And my next question is, how do you think that the gaming industry as a whole can become more sustainable and more responsible in 2024?
Well, it's a question of fun versus regulatory questions. I think, of course, it's super important to be compliant and to follow all the rules and instructions there are. But we also must not forget that we are in gaming industry, and gaming means fun most of all.
Yes.
We need to be able to play today, play tomorrow, in a responsive but yet fun way.
Yes. Okay, so you need to find the perfect balance.
Yes.
Okay, and Alexandra, what do you think about how can the industry attract, and more importantly, how can the industry retain new customers for the near future?
Well, I think it's a question of providing value to your customers, as all acquisition is. We have to speak in the language of our audience.
Okay.
We have to understand what pain points are they covering with our product or service, and we have to expand on that. Understanding and actually talking to your audience is the main thing.
Okay. And my final question for you is, what role will the new technologies, innovations such as AI, VR, will have in the industry? How do you see it?
Well, we already have AI in all the aspects that we have. I don't believe VR is going to be a massive project. I'm a believer that it's going to be like a niche thing.
Okay.
It also depends heavily on the size of the company, I guess. As the smaller companies will adapt new technologies faster than the big players. And I do think that the future holds something we don't really know what's coming. I mean, that's why the innovations innovate, basically, right?
Yes.
Because it's something that we haven't had before.
Yes, that's the essence.
But I'm super excited for everything that will come. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for doing this interview.
Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure meeting you,
Thank
and
you.
I hope to.
Thank you.
for doing this interview with us. So before we start with the questions, can you tell us more about yourself and the organization you're representing?
Thank you for the time. My name is Andre. I'm the head of publisher relations and affiliation of Sportradar. Sportradar is a multinational company, and we define ourselves as being the intersection between betting, media, and sports. I have more than 10 years of experience in the gambling industry. In the last few years, really connected to the publisher space, but also to the affiliation.
Okay, thank you very much. And can you tell me what were the biggest opportunities and respectfully challenges during 2023 for your company?
I think globally, right? I think this year it was really challenging regarding expansion. A lot of operators that were local operators, they faced the challenge of expansion, mainly in regions that they were not in the main continent. So basically we saw a lot of operators and bookmakers that they were based in Europe, and they started to approach new continents like Latam, so Latin America. And I think this was also a very big and impactful challenge because new culture, new social behavior, new habits, the customer journey is also different. So I think it was a huge jump in the industry. So a lot of cross activity, and we see a lot of movement also in expansion.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me how the gaming industry as a whole can become more sustainable and responsible?
Yeah, I think that's the topic, right? Because with the past of the years, more countries, they are becoming more regulated from the industry perspective, but also from the advertising perspective, and also from an affiliate perspective, right? I think regulation is also it's pushing the operators and the bookmakers in the direction, of course, being more compliant, being more worried about the gambling addiction, the gambling behavior of the users and the first-time deposits, but also the normal users, but also competition itself, right? Because more geos with more competition, the good practices are going to be the ones that are going to prevail, right? If we think on short term, that's one rationale. If we think on the mid-term and long-term, the rationale should be completely different, right? So I think competition and the regulation are the main key drivers of pushing the industry up.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a great answer. And my last question for you is, how can the industry attract and retain new customers in the near future?
I think that's the challenge today, right? But it's going to be also the challenge in 2024. I think technology plays here a very important role. Not only AI, I think AI is the buzzword of the moment, but also how operators are going to positioning themselves, also with the tech providers, the platform providers, but players, and especially tech players like Sportradar, how they can help them to achieve their KPIs, to achieve their objectives globally, right? And when we talk about objectives, it's not only the market share, but also the revenues, also to be compliant, also to protect and to oversee integrity. So I think there is a lot of spaces, a lot of, I would say, squares where the tech providers can help the industry, right? But definitely technology and AI, they are going to be really helpful. For example, to map out, for example, campaigns, and if we want to achieve only 18 plus audience and so on and so forth. So I think the impact of technology is not just only a buzzword, right? I think it's reality, and a lot of operators are already moving in that direction.
It's the main tool for a lot of companies.
For sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre, for doing this interview. It was really nice.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. And have a very good exhibition.
Thank you. I hope you like it. So, hello, Stefan.
Hello.
It's really nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this interview with us.
Okay.
So, before we move on with the questions, can you please tell me more about yourself and the company you're representing?
As you know, I started to work in this business in 1992,
Okay.
so many years ago, I think. We started with machine that are copy from other company, but in the years we started to produce our own machine.
Okay.
First Bulgarian machine, exactly Bulgarian, is my product, product of company Accept. I was president of this company, and we have patent in Europe and in Bulgaria for it. This is first poker game in
Okay.
Bulgaria. But as you know, it was so many years ago, and then I started to work for one company, Magic Coin. For this company, I produce all electronic roulette, video slot machine, jackpot systems, casino management system, all you want to
Everything.
to use in gaming.
Yes.
And now I'm working for City Gaming. As you know, I'm fan of Mr. Borisov because we learn the same school. Yes.
Okay, that's really
He
interesting.
was the first in class B. How to? We was
You were in one class?
unit A, unit B, unit C.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Borisov was the first in class B. I was in class A, the
Okay, your
first.
classmates. Yes.
It was so many
Okay.
years ago, but he very clever man, and he has so many ideas for everything you mean.
Yes.
And gambling, this is his area, his thinking,
Yes.
his mind.
Great. Okay, so my next question for you is what are the biggest challenges and opportunities in the gaming industry for this year? What would you say is a major point?
I think, at the beginning, it was land-based.
Okay.
Then the nowadays, this
And
is
COVID came as well, so
yes.
that
After it, all the people want to play online.
okay.
I think young people want to play on his mobile phones
Oh, okay.
because it's very easy to play, very easy to send money by different systems and to receive money for it. And
Yes.
they would like to have more fun playing gaming, gambling.
Yes. Okay.
Ma-
Yeah, that's great
Games.
answer.
Games.
Okay. So my next question for you is, what do you predict to be the most important trends that are going to shape the gaming industry in the next year or in the near future?
I think online,
Okay.
online.
Online.
But maybe people would like to play at hybrid games with
Okay.
mechanical part and electronic part. Because in electronic, it's possible on to be predictable by someone after your back.
Yes.
But when there is mechanical part, it's different, new. This is something very old, but
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
old but new.
But new. Yes. Okay, so how do you think that the gaming industry can attract, and more importantly, how can the gaming industry retain new customers in 2024? Again with the iGaming, with the online, or are there there's some like new technologies, innovations such as AI, VR, maybe? What would you say?
Yes, I think VR. About ChatGPT, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is a little strange for me because maybe I'm older man. I'm not sure, but about these graphics, these very attractive moments, I think people would like to see this. They would like to see something like movie with good colors, with some attractive moments, and to be inside the game.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's really nice question.
Yes.
Answer, excuse me. And my final question for you,
Yes.
Stefan, is what are the biggest opportunities and chances for expansion for city gaming in the near future? How do you find it?
As you know, it's a little bit different for me to answer to this
Elaborate,
question.
yes.
Yes, because our boss has a very big vision so many years ago. He decided.
Yes.
I think we have to work more in online
Okay.
and less in
In
land-based.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a great stay here.
It was great to be with you here.
you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Okay.
form part of the CompuTime ComplyRadar team here. I'm the head of product in the ComplyRadar division. And a bit of an idea about who we are. So the company has been around for over 40 years at this point in time, and as a company, we're over 110 employees, and the division I form part of is the FinTech division. We're there, we have two main brands. We have a BRS Analytics platform, which form part of compliance solutions, and then we have our ComplyRadar product, which leads related to transaction monitoring, which I'll be focusing on today as part of this demo. So what does ComplyRadar do? So in essence, ComplyRadar is a live transaction monitoring tool. The idea is to get a bit of a balance between the very stringent regulations that come about when it comes to anti-money laundering, when it comes to fraud detection, when it comes to responsible gaming. But of course, at the end of the day, you want to ensure that you're not really limiting your players or your customers. So it is very important to have that balance in a solution to ensure that you are adhering to things as much as possible, but with the right balance in mind. So, a bit of a summary, a bit of an idea of what the ComplyRadar platform leads to, what it offers. So we have an easy-to-use collaborative web application. The idea is that the solution is normally developed, is normally implemented within your own infrastructure, within your own IT cap. Why? Because you want to limit the latencies. You want to have everything under your own infrastructure. So it's usually implemented either on-prem or on your own private cloud. The solution is very highly scalable, so you can have, you can be a small operator, but you can be one of the largest platform providers in Europe, and we can still support you. So the solution is very highly scalable depending on your requirements. The solution is also, of course, using big data and AI within the application, and it supports a high availability setup as well. So that ensures that you have this resiliency whenever you need to. It's got a very adaptive and flexible engine within the solution, so it's not just a rules engine. You've got AI built into it, you've got anomaly detection, you've got fuzzy logic, which we'll be going into shortly. Of course, the solution is also multi-jurisdictional, so it is not just meant to operate in a certain jurisdiction. As operators, one would have various different jurisdictions, so the system would be there catered for and implemented depending on your own, regulators' requirements, depending on where you are expanding. So the system is very highly flexible and customizable to ensure that you are complying in all the jurisdictions that you are operating in or would like to operate in. So let's start having a look at some of the features. So for example, when we're talking about live transaction monitoring, one of the key things that comes into mind is segmentation of your customers. So it's a very important aspect to make sure that your customers are not all put into one bucket. You want to perhaps segment your VIP players. You might want to segment your customers who are perhaps going near the limit of their deposit threshold. So you might want to segment your customers depending on your requirements and depending on your risk appetite as an operator. And therefore, ComplyRadar solution allows you to segment your customer as needed for the different reporting requirements. You can then, in that way, flag high jurisdictions with some high country risks. You can then monitor transactions which are dealing with high risk customers perhaps or so. You can then monitor activity matching and the configurable blacklisted, for example, so the system easily allows your compliance team to upload, say, some blacklisted terms or blacklisted operations or so, that then the system will automatically be configured such that these transactions will then be captured and flags to your compliance team member. The system in itself has a rule engine. Why? Because at the end of the day, it is the norm that operators would already have, gaming providers would already have their own risk monitoring, their own AML tools built in, so we can easily get a list of those rules and implement them in our solution as is needed. But it is not just a rule engine. It is not just one transaction coming in and that is what is monitored. So we're looking at a whole 360 view of your customer. So here we're looking at the contextual information that we have based on your KYC platform, which would be integrated with ComplyRadar. So in this way, we are looking at transactions as they are coming in, but we are mixing and matching this information based on perhaps any screening providers that you currently operate with. And in that way, we can check the transactions and check the transactions with a pool of other transactions that the customer would have already transacted with as well. You could also have, for example, flagging of high value transactions or cumulatively over a 30-day time windows. You want to monitor, for example, the chasing losses, for example, as might be common in responsible gaming. So these are items which need to be looked at not as just in isolation with one single transaction, but you want to look at all the transactions as they are coming in, and as you are looking at that transaction in point in time, you are looking at all the previous transactions and checking how these fare or how these cumulatively basically aggregates then to certain values. Is my customer approaching their deposit limits? Or they're chasing these deposits? So in that way, have they exceeded their deposit to spend income ratio that would have been set up on their KYC at onboarding? So these are information that it is important that a rule engine caters for and not just looking at a single transaction in isolation. This in itself wraps to this whole 360 customer view. So together with the information, we are not just looking at a single transaction at one point in time, but we're getting all the information from your KYC platform. We're also doing link analysis, for example. So if you know that some players are interrelated, they are the same family, for example, we can set up rules that in that way you can monitor if these players are sort of, sending money to each other through playing on your platform. And this, of course, goes against the anti-money laundering directive. So it's important to be able to have this linked view analysis and analyze together all the transactions that are basically aggregating on your platform from these different players. Another very interesting approach that we have taken in ComplyRadar is our risk-based assessment when it comes to customers. So here we are not just classifying customers as risky and not risky. It's not just a black and white on or off solution, like true or false. So here we have a concept where usually humans might be better, are better usually to deal with risk analysis. Why? Because people will be analyzing risk on an aggregated basis. Someone's not just classified as young or old. Someone's not just classified as a high spender or not. There are levels to these decisions. And usually when a person is deciding risk, usually they would look at all of these different patterns and identify what constitutes risk. Okay, so my player is coming from this jurisdiction. Okay, that's a bit risky. But suddenly they are playing with these other high-risk entities. Okay, that increases my risk. So you have a risk portfolio, a risk-based assessment that is slowly, possibly growing over time. And based on that, you can take certain decisions. So for example, if you had a customer who is suddenly going on to the low rating when it comes to a risk responsible gaming aspect, you might want to at least pop up a pop-up saying, listen, you've been playing for over X amount of hours. Perhaps it's a good time, there's this helpline information and that kind of thing. So you can use this information then in order to take actions, which could be automated, or else it could be a message sent back to your back office system, maybe asking one of the operators to call your customer to get another interview, for example, or get some extended due diligence at that point in time. So these are very important aspects that a risk-based approach allows you to take. And these are in fact the recommended approaches that are being encouraged across all of Europe, and not just taking a decision based on based on just a risk assessment from a rule engine. If transacting over 10,000, for example, then in that case, that is a risky player. That is no longer the case. You have to build your customer's risk portfolio, your customer's risk assessment. Another very important aspect in Comply Radar is this artificial intelligence and machine learning technology that has built in. So over there we have certain elements of, we've mentioned the FUD logic that goes into risk-based engine, which we have just discussed, risk-based customer assessment. There's also the anomaly detection, which is a very interesting element to transaction monitoring. Why? Because it takes your top 1 percentile of customers and it identifies, basically it goes through all your transactions. It has a look of what is within your customer's norm. It looks at other customers, it looks at different pools, it looks at so many different clusters of customers and basically segments and clusters your customers such that it identifies the top 1 percentile of customers who are falling outside of the norm of your traditional way of interacting with your system. So in that case, an anomaly detection solution will allow you to pick up those transactions that would traditionally fall outside of the cracks of any traditional rule engine. So an AI model is built above and beyond the rule engine to help ensure that you're picking up this additional information, because at the end of the day, people who are trying to launder money are getting smarter and smarter every day. So it is very important, to keep abreast with your solutions to help cater for them. Another aspect of AI that we include in Comply Radar is the criticality scoring. Why? Because once a transaction has been pushed, has been flagged into the system, you want to help ensure that your compliance team is focusing on the right transactions. So the criticality scoring, as the solution is being used, so transactions are coming in, some transactions are being flagged because they go against the rules, or they are captured by the rules and they are therefore flagged, or they are flagged by the anomaly detection, and then the team needs to do something. They create a case or so. However, before that, they are going through a list of flagged transactions. So it's good to have a system which gives you a score on how likely a transaction is to be more critical than another. So giving you this criticality scoring will allow your compliance team to help focus and identify how likely a transaction is to be suspicious than others, given the historical use of the system, and as the compliance team are going through transactions and using the system's learning over time and improving this criticality scoring accordingly. Another important element of Comply Radar is the responsible gaming aspect. So we have increased requirements throughout all of Europe to ensure that there's harm minimization on the players. So at the end of the day, you want to be operating in an environment which is as possibly safe for users to use. As I mentioned, there are different mechanisms that one can use. So there is the identification of when a customer is starting to have these risky behaviors. So for example, chasing losses. So they are depositing, losing that money, depositing that amount again. So these are things that the transaction, the 360 contextual view can help capture and can help identify. And in that same way, start building a risk score against that customer. As I mentioned, you can, for example, use the risk scoring then to classify your customer as a low, medium, high risk. And based on that, you could either limit, for example, limit any bonuses that are issued, or you might want to limit deposits that can be done at that point in time. There might be a timeout from the system. So all these things can be implemented. It could even be like a pushback to your system. Listen, call the customer, ask them if they need any help, ask them if they need any assistance on this matter. And in that way, your trained staff would have a way and means of identifying these users who might be falling as a victim of gambling. Let's look at some of the key features here. So we've mentioned the rules and data segmentation. when it comes to screening services. Comply Radar in itself does not do any screening itself. However, we can integrate with any screening service provider you already have. So as long as there's some sort of API connectivity, Comply Radar can basically hook up onto that, and then when we need to do some screening, depending on your requirements, there's a call, and that information is picked up by the system. There's also the regulatory requirements. So for example, we can also assist with the compiling of the GoAML requirement for the financial crime unit. Another important aspect is the case management system. So I've mentioned transactions coming in, I've mentioned transactions being flagged, but apart from that, compliance team members need to do something about this. So once something is being identified as possibly requiring investigation, a case can be opened into the solution, and there any additional notes and investigative information can be logged in the solution. The system can also be configured to take, say, your manual that you normally operate when you have a specific, say, a fraud case or an RG case, and say there are 10 steps that are normally operated in. In that case, the system can be configured that as soon as that specific case type is opened, all those action points are logged, and the compliance team member must put in notes and close these items, close these tasks before the case can be closed. And that ensures that your compliance team members are adhering to all the required way of operating across the compliance team, the modus operandi of the company. We've mentioned as well the risk-based approach that we take. We've also got, of course, dashboards and analysis available at your fingertips. And of course, we've discussed the AI and machine learning items of the system. So basically, Comply Radar is, in its way, will integrate with any of your platforms. So you could be a fintech that has many different platforms, and in that way the data can be either integrated directly via API calls. You could have files being pushed at the end of the day for land-based operations, for example. So depending on your operations and on your growth, we can recommend the right way of integrating to the solution, which will sit within your own infrastructure. And then these will be going through the different layers of the solution to ensure that the right reaction is taken by the solution, the right action is pushed back as needed. So Comply Radar, we can see it as falling right within your own ecosystem of all the different requirements that you might have within your own third-party system, within your screening services, with your core systems, and of course with any other data platform provider. Comply Radar can act as a fulcrum in the middle to basically integrate all of this information and allow your compliance team to take their informed decisions as needed. So let's just quickly go through some of the screens of the system, just a very quick flavor of this. So we've got our dashboard, which will immediately flag, give you an overview of your flag transactions, your true and false positives, and any transactions that are pending reviewing. This is our dashboard when it comes to the case management, when it comes to your compliance team. So here you have this bird's-eye views from the management perspective in order how are the team operating, how long are cases taken to be closed, how long, which team members are performing the most. So this view really allows you to take any actions or any new staffing requirements that might be needed. We've got the personal dashboard. Of course, as a compliance team member, I might want to have a way to identify what pending tasks I have, what tasks I had scheduled last week that I still need to work on. Oh, okay, I need to call this customer. I still have these cases I need to follow up on, and these cases have not yet been assigned to someone, so I can look into taking on some of the cases myself, for example. This is the flag transactions view, which is the main screen a compliance team member would be working with in order to review the flagged transactions that are coming over time as a live transaction monitoring tool, and from here the user can view the customer's information, add any notes, kick off their screening service as well, and assign this to a specific team member in that case. And in that case, a new case management task is created accordingly. Customer screening is allowed as well into the system, as I mentioned, by integrating with any screening platform provider you might already have. And here we have a list of customers. So these would be the referential information that would be taken from your own KYC platform. But the good thing about Comply Radar is that you can also build onto this information. So if your KYC platform doesn't have any risk score, we can take the initial score, for example, that the team would have assigned, and then we start building on that risk, as we've seen from the risk scoring platform. Customer details, we've seen what some of the information, individual corporate cases. The case details, so here to track the scheduled task, to track any information, any screening results, any cases, and any tasks that would have been created. And you can there process the information and then ultimately mark a transaction as being suspicious or not suspicious. If it is suspicious, you can then, of course, relay this information and submit it as an STR to your financial crime unit. Configuration of segments, which we've discussed, the configuration of the rules as well, and of course a backtesting sandboxed environment to ensure that if you, as a user, you have full access of the rules, you want to do any changes, you can do this in the sandbox environment and have this information, giving you some idea where the rules are taking most of the time and where not, so that you can tweak and change your rules in a safe environment before putting them onto the production environment. And some of our Steam customers. Thank you.
thank you for doing this interview with us. And before we move on with the questions, can you please tell us more about yourself and the company you're representing?
Certainly.
Again. Yes.
So my name is Erika Borg. I form part of the CompuTime group. I'm here representing ComplyRadar specifically, which is our main product when it comes to compliance, anti-money laundering, fraud, and responsible gaming platform. So to allow live transaction monitoring. So the company is made up of around 110 employees or so, and fintech is the division is roughly 1/3 of that. So that's quite a
Okay, thank you. So can you tell me briefly what were your main objectives of your company this year, and what will be your main focus in the years to come?
Certainly. So when it comes to ComplyRadar, the main focus, even from last year, was of course our growth when it was coming in the aspect of increasing our presence further in Europe, but we've also increased it in the Latin Americas. We're finding that these emergent markets are of course increasing popularity when it comes to gaming. And from a product perspective, we have improved further our algorithms, our anomaly detections, our tools for risk scoring, and we've also launched in the past year a tool basically for public information screening, which is a very interesting tool actually, because when you have a compliance team member that is doing their investigations, one of the first things they do, they go on Google, they search the name of the person, and they see what comes up. Our tools allows you just within the ComplyRadar ambient itself, it allows you to see the results, it will give you a summary of information, and with the click of a button, you can immediately then attach this to the case.
Which is really great and easier for the customer, actually.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Exactly.
And what are your predictions for the most important trends that will actually shape the gaming industry in 2024?
So for sure in 2024, I think we will see an increase when it comes to the responsible gaming aspect. So the elements there, we're seeing the European Union taking more of a stand. They're doing a lot of research with the gaming operators, with psychologists as well, you know, to have this framework in place throughout all of Europe when it comes to responsible gaming. Some of the trends that we will see as well, I believe that in cryptocurrency we will also see an adaptation there even further. Why? Because you have payments all across all of Europe, which is becoming very heavily regularized. So when you have that aspect, you know, it is automatic that operators and the customers will try to shift to a separate environment, and I think cryptocurrency right now will offer that less regularized environment, because it's becoming more and more difficult to operate, you know, the heavy regularized environment framework nowadays.
Okay, and talking about regulations, actually, how can the gaming industry adapt to the changing regulations in the near future or in 2024, because it's ever changing? So
for sure. So first of all, it is, as you were saying, it is very difficult for the operators to keep abreast with all the ever-changing regulations across all of Europe and across all of the world, because of course it is not just a question of operating in Europe. So for example, last year we had Ontario regulation coming up with their own risk templates when it comes to customers. So you have that regulation. Then you have other European regulations having their own flavors. So it is very difficult for the operators to keep abreast. What is a way to keep abreast with that, in a way, is to ensure that the operators cooperate more with the regulators, because that will help ensure a more standardized environment. So if that happens, it becomes easier, you know, for operators to just open shop in many more different jurisdictions. Because it will be more standardized rather than having all this mix and match, and some jurisdictions might be less heavy on the responsible gaming, for example, and some other jurisdictions will be a lot more heavier. So if the operators speak more with the regulators to have the standardized environment, it will automatically make it much more easier for the gaming providers, you know, to open up in much more new emerging markets as well, like Africa, Latin America, you know, where we're seeing a lot of growth when it comes to iGaming.
Expansion, So another interesting question, at least for me, is how the gaming industry actually promotes responsible gambling?
For sure. So I think there are a lot of ways. So for example, having one ensuring age and parental control. So for example, you do not want to get obviously underage players.
Yes,
you know,
of course.
that is a certain thing.
Doesn't have to be set.
Exactly. So it's very important to have these measures in control. But in the platforms, it is also very important to have tools to allow the gamers, the players, to see how they are performing, sort of like, okay, you've been playing for 12 hours, maybe some messages, would you like a break? Maybe then after a certain amount of time, there could be a bit of a timeout, because it is very important to allow the users to have this visibility.
Okay.
Like we're nowadays talking about this standard possibly framework across all of Europe when it comes to responsible gambling.
Okay.
So then we're talking about, okay, as a user, I might want to have my dashboard, for example, about how long I have been playing, what is my income spend ratio, for example.
Okay.
So you might want to have maybe even the risk score that you associated to the user, perhaps visible to the user itself. And that might make them more conscious about, you know, maybe I'm playing a bit too much, maybe I want to take a step back. Because it's all about sustainability at the end of the day.
Play.
Exactly, that is definitely. That is definitely.
And my final question for you is, what are the biggest chances for expansion and development in the near future?
So I think some areas for growth are for sure the emerging markets. So I mentioned, for example, Latin America, Africa, Middle East. We're seeing growth in gaming in those regions. So those are definitely areas for improvement. Some interesting areas as well that we're seeing is when it comes to esports betting. That is like it's a bit new, like where users would previously either, for example, do online content streaming over Twitch. These are coming maybe perhaps also through gaming providers. And we're looking that gaming providers are now also possibly becoming they're content providers themselves. So that is a bit of a shift in possibly revenue. So not just, of course, you know, casinos and perhaps football and other normal sports betting. We're looking at these esports and possibly these different content providing themselves, you know, and then obviously, of course, having betting against them. So that is something quite new and quite interesting from that aspect.
That's a great answer, and it's a great ending to our interview. Thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Of course.
I am Evsel Erkoşar,
Okay. Yes.
founder of Liberty Group, based in Istanbul, Turkey, and serving the land-based casinos since 1994.
Okay. Thank you.
So you can call veteran.
Yes.
Quite a long time.
Yes.
Well, we have been serving the casino industry since 1994. We have done projects all around the globe, and mainly turnkey casinos,
Okay.
like from floor to ceiling. And nowadays, our mainstream is gaming chairs, besides the turnkey operations.
Okay.
And here we're displaying actually the gaming seats mainly, but also we're doing the other stuff as well.
Okay. Okay. Great. So, can you tell me what were your key objectives of your company for 2023, and what will be your main focus for 2024?
Okay, 2023 is actually a successful year for us.
Okay, great.
And we have already upcoming contracts for 2024, and looks like we're going up.
We are going
Yes.
upwards. Okay.
Especially we have focused last couple of years. We have focused on Europe and Balkans, mainly.
Okay.
And I see, of course, figures that we're really progressing.
Yes.
And even today, this show is a great show for us. Looks like we're well accepted.
Okay, great. So you'll be having a fruitful year.
Yes,
let's hope.
looks like.
Yes. Okay. So, what are your predictions for the trends that will shape the gaming industry in the near future?
My point of view looks like gaming industry is going more and more electronics.
Electronics.
Yes. I'm skipping out the online side, but land-based casinos, more technology based.
Maybe AI and
Yes.
yes. Okay.
And actually, being in 40 years in the industry, in certain ways, it's losing its merit.
Okay.
But again, this business will continue.
Okay. And according to you, what were the biggest challenges for the gaming industry as a whole during this year?
This year, actually, we all know we have passed a bad couple of years because
Yeah.
of the pandemic, Corona, and it looks like everybody is now focusing on more and more to mutual business.
Okay.
It looks like to recover
Yes.
the losses and recover the bad days. And looks like it's going to be a fruitful upcoming year.
Okay, great. And my final question for you is, what are the biggest opportunities for expansion and development for your company in the future?
It looks like, as I said before, we get more and more orders, definitely, I mean, contractual orders, and I'm already thinking of expanding my production facilities.
Okay,
That
great.
means more jobs,
Yes.
more money to
products,
spend,
more money
more
to
products,
spend.
and well, the industry is. I mean, before there were so many small companies, but now it's more and more filtered, and looks like the industry is looking for good product at a reasonable price.
Okay.
So-
Okay. Great. It was a pleasure doing this
Thank
interview.
you.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
You
here
too,
in
same for
Bulgaria.
you.
Thank you. you.